Checking your physique, I don't think I could want you anymore. Chilling with your girl, I'm jealous that I can't just run over and take you on the floor. And I don't wanna cross nobody, I know it's never worth the pain, but I can feel your eyes run down me, and all my sense just floats away.
Hello, welcome back. Episode 23. We're going to continue working on Master Minutes today. And following on from where we left off yesterday, I think we're going to try and getting a version of this deployed somewhere online on a URL that people can access today. I'm not sure how far we're going to get on that journey. It might be the next episode where we actually finish doing that, but that's what we're going to work on. If we jump straight into it, let's go into our code. If I can remember the keyboard shortcuts, we're there. If I do space PS, we'll see what I was working on yesterday. So this is what I was working on yesterday. I was getting solid queue set up. That's going to be our queue job backend. And I think one of the next questions I needed to look at was whether we need to use Redis for our Hotwire turbo streams. So let's just take a quick look at the docs on Hotwire and look at turbo. Look at the handbook and figure that out. That's what we're going to do today. So we're going to look in reference and see streams. There's some stuff in here about streams. Okay, yeah, fine. Now, how does the stream work? There's this. Now, this uses action cable, right? Underneath the scenes, underneath all of this, I'm pretty sure Turbo Rails uses action cable. Now, do they say anything in their docs about this? Doesn't look like it. Turbo install Redis. To change the development action cable adapter from async, the default one, to Redis. The async adapter does not support turbo stream broadcasting. Okay, that's interesting, because that means we probably need to think about action cable, right? An action cable, if that's using Redis anyway, then why don't we just use Redis for the job backend? Why bother with the solid queue stuff? We could probably undo that. So that's something we need to think about. We need to think about how we're going to run our kind of broadcasting, real-time stuff. If we just take a look at, yeah, how do we go with this? Turbo install Redis. I'm assuming that's already done for us. But let's perhaps take a look at action cable. There's a doc here that we can look at. Action cable is the bit that does the WebSockets for us in Rails. WebSockets creates these kind of persistent connections that we can send messages back and forth from the client to the server. Yeah, so do we need to set this up anyway in order to do that? There's a lot in here. So here, look, the config/cable.yml. I'm assuming we need to set that up. If you're using Node and need the cable consumer, you can import. Okay, interesting. I'm assuming we need to set this up. Like if we go into our cable.yml at the moment, what we have is a development adapter Redis. So we are using Redis. So the turbo streams that we already have working are using Redis. Have Redis installed on my system. If I went here, I can do brew services. I think it's one of the brew services that I have installed. You can see there Redis is running. I'm assuming that's what's going on. That's how we've got the WebSocket turbo streams working right now, because we have this. So solid queue isn't that though, right? There's solid queue and then solid cache, right? Action cable, solid queue, like they're different things, right? There's been a lot of talk lately about like not using Redis, like you can get rid of Redis, but if you're using turbo streams, especially on the broadcasting side, that requires WebSocket, which underneath it is using Redis at the back end. So maybe we just have to accept that we're going to be using Redis. That's okay. So we're actually going to be using Hatchbox as the back end. I'm going to log in separately on a separate window quickly just to see what's there. There might be stuff that I don't want to show. So let's load that up. We'll remember me, log in. And what we'll do is we'll go, I don't think there's much really in here that is necessarily secret. I'm going to show you. So this is Hatchbox and I've logged in. Hatchbox is really good because you can just basically set your server up in here. So I've got a cluster of servers with only one server, and this is in DigitalOcean. You can use different backends hosting providers. You can use DigitalOcean, AWS, you can use your own custom one. I've actually been debating setting up a custom cluster in my house, just on an old PC or a Raspberry Pi or something, and seeing how that would work. All you have to do is once you've done this cluster, you click create, you add your server, you give it a public IP and a private IP and a port, and it will go and configure that for you. Once you've got you add the SSH key to it, and it will go in and kind of configure that for you, which is really cool. I don't need this, so I'm aged water 279. So we already have a server set up. You can go in here and I can see there's my one server. It runs all of the services on it. So it's got a web server, it's got Postgres, it's got Redis, it's got cron. All of those things are already on this server and configured. If I need to make updates to it, I can just go in here and click configure. That will click confirm. That will go and update, provision that service. It will see if there's any updates and make sure that it's all kind of restarted, updated. All the system there is complete, which is really cool actually. If I had multiple servers as well, I could load balance and switch around between them. So that's quite a cool way of doing that. If I then go into here, what do we got? So we've got Caddy, we've got Postgres, and we've got Redis. So that's all going to be set up for us anyway. All we have to really do is go in here and create a new app. And so I'm going to post it on our DigitalOcean. Our app is going to be called Muster Minutes app. I think I've got it called just dash app, but like, is it? Yeah, Muster dash minutes dash app on here. I need to get consistent on some of those. But Muster Minutes app, Muster Minutes, it doesn't really matter. We'll just call it Muster Minutes. We're using GitHub, and then we're going to connect GitHub. We already have connected GitHub, right? So I don't need to actually do much there. I should just be able to go Muster is Josh Ant Brown / Muster. I'm pretty sure there was a way of doing, you connect GitHub and you just pick. Yeah, so that's already in there, so we shouldn't have to do much apart from app like that, and then main branch, save the changes, and then that can build and try and run that. If we go in processes, we need to deploy our application to get that. It's going to struggle to deploy. I don't know what it's going to do. Working some stuff out here. We can use an existing database. We're going to use our Postgres SQL. You can see in there it's already got a couple attached to it. New Postgres. Is that the same database? There we go. You can see that's in there. We can set up backups on that as well, which is quite cool. We can configure backups. We can store them locally or put them in S3 and all sorts of stuff like that. That's really cool and useful for kind of building out a production system. What else can we do? What have we got? We just need to go back to apps, muster minutes. We added our database. We also need to add Redis, so we'll quickly add the new Redis button. I'm assuming that we need to add Redis, so that's in there. You can see here, got 0, 1, 2 as the database names. It's just numbering them like that. We're attached to our application. We have Postgres and we've got Redis set up and configured. Those will automatically, and I probably need to just check something before I show you this, but if I go to environment, the environment variables are already configured basically for those. They pass in as environment variables, which is good. We don't need any cron jobs right now. Settings, we're fine on. We can enable automatic deploys. We're not going to do that just yet, but that is a feature of Hatchbox. It's one of the reasons I use Hatchbox the most is because the servers are all managed and I get full CI/CD pipeline just by pushing to a Git repository. So I can enable that button once we're ready, once we've got everything configured. And then, yeah, last bit is really to deploy and then configure those domains and SSL. Now, I still need a job backend, so I'm kind of debating, I think, using, at the moment we started configuring SolidQ. I do have Redis, so there's kind of a, do I just use Redis or do I give SolidQ a go? Is there a dashboard for SolidQ? Because that's one of the things that I'm like, I'd like a dashboard, you know? I'd really like a dashboard. Tell me what's going on. I think there wasn't one in here. There's a Postgres adapter you can use for Action Cable. Interesting, interesting. I think we'll stay with Redis. Like, it's easy enough to set up. It's not really using anything on here right now. Maybe at some point we change it to a thing. I guess the job backend is probably the biggest question. SolidQ, or the other one that I've used that I'm most familiar with is the Rescue, I think. And so that's something to consider. I think it's Rescue that I used. At the moment, their jobs aren't really doing too much. I guess we'll go with what we've got. So what have we done so far? We've set up solid queue, and if we change it later, we can change it later. No point getting too pernickety about it right now. We'll tab on that, prop file, we added solid queue. Development, we added that adapter for solid queue adapter and production as well. We update our schema, the migration, and then there's also a config for solid queue, which we're just going to leave as it is. I'm not worried too much about it, but I think that's it. So let's just git cc I, and then we will do configure, and we will do add solid queue as queue as active job backend. I think it's active job. Is it action or active? Active job. So we'll come back here, we'll do, yep, that's fine, and then we'll do WQ to write that and quit, and then we will do git push that to our thing, and then we'll quit. Now, there's a couple of things that I need to work out. So, what was our dependencies? One of them was AWS. The other one is Stripe. And another one is OpenAI. The OpenAI one isn't a huge deal. We can just create a new access token. Using the Rails credentials at the moment. And I need to make the Rails credentials like development only. So I probably need to do some editing of the Rails credentials files off the screen. So I'm just going to have to do something at the moment. Let's go on a be right back screen. Even though I'm not be right back. Oh, because you can actually, I've still got the screen on the be right back screen. Forgot about that. Hey, you can have fool me. Fine. While I just quickly do some stuff off the screen. I'm going to do a Rails, editor equals neovim, Rails credentials edit. Now that's going to open up neovim. I need to yank out all of the contents of that file, and then we'll quit without writing anything to that file. And we'll do the same, but then we'll do Rails. Rails credentials development. I'm actually going to switch. I don't particularly like using credentials usually, and I don't know why I started using them for this file. But I'm actually going to create a .env file in the root of my project, and in there I'm going to change here, and we will do AWS access key ID, and we'll do AWS secret key open AI access token Stripe. And then we'll do %S. We'll swap all of those with equal signs. Yep. Cloak. Toggle. And then, is there an easy way to change a selected range to uppercase in Neovim. Neovim make uppercase GU. So like GU in word. Oh yeah, okay. GUIW. GUW. Nice. GUW. GUIW. 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 Oh. GUIW. GUIW. Sometimes it. No. Cool. Let's go back to, you can see my screen now. I actually have this really cool Neovim plugin called Cloak, which means that when I load my environment variable files, they look like this. And it just replaces everything with just asterisks. Varying length, I don't think the length actually matches directly. It's a variable number there. But yeah, you can't necessarily see what's in here, which is really cool. So those are now that's my environment variable file. If I go back, is it going to show if I try and do the git? They shouldn't be in the git file anyway. So let's go to git ignore .e.git ignore. There is .env there. So if I do git, there's nothing there because I haven't actually done anything. If I do back here, I'm gonna have to go Control C, we'll bin slash, I'll cd out, and then I'll cd back in. And then it will tell me, hey, do you want to source the end file in this directory? Always, yes please. Then I can do bin.dev and it'll spin up. We will also need to change how we set up some of those things. So if I go initializers AWS, here we did the AWS credentials. So I just want to see, like ask ChatGPT to convert this, make this use variables. So it's just env, okay. This is in Rails, by the way, just in case you didn't know. I don't want to use. I want to use environment variables. Env.fetch. Yeah. Okay, fine. So we can go in here. Changing a word, env.fetch, and then we can change the surrounding square brackets into smooth brackets. That's using quotes or symbols. I guess we need symbols here. So like change in a word, GUIW, and then we can do AWS access key, and then we can also do I always forget what the button is. It's not A for add. What? G? GST quote? No, it's just GS quote. G. Is S in there? I always forget this NVIM surround. I am slowly learning the keyboard shortcuts for it, but we're making some progress on that. What is the Y? Why is it Y? I'm going to change it at some point. YS in a word around. There we go. That's what I needed to do. GU in a word. Insert AWS underscore. And then YSIW quotes. There we go. And then we'll format, and then we'll write it. So that should now use the environment variables to talk to AWS, Amazon Web Services. Now we will switch over to another initializer, which was the pay gem. No, don't need to do that one apparently. We're going to check the Stripe, the Open API access token. So change this one. This is going to be m.fetch. Change this to smooth brackets. Change this to open AI underscore. Change. No, wrong. Press GUIW and then YSIW quotes. Format, save, done. Now, the pay gem doesn't seem to Rails pay. Pay Rails? How does this work? Because I've done a slightly... I think I followed the Rails... So there's Rails credentials. It's -- environment development. That's the different way of doing it. I didn't bother with that in the end. These were called Stripe private key, Stripe public key, Stripe signing secret. Public key, private key, signing secret. So that's exactly how I've labeled them in my .env. If I went to .env, that's how they are there. So that's all good. So there's nothing to worry about there. Naveen, hey, how's it going? What am I building? So I am building an app. Am I running it at the moment? Let's see. I'm building an app where you can upload meeting recording. So if you have a meeting, you can upload a recording of the meeting and it will transcribe it. So I can go in here, I can show you a full example. I think actually if I go test, one of the test files I've been using is just some words that just say hello cutie pie. The other one is a full podcast episode. But you can create the recording, you pay for the duration of the meet. Okay, apparently there's a bug there. We'll come back to that in a moment. But once you get a transcript, not using Whisper, we're using Amazon AWS transcribe, because I don't think Whisper does the part where it identifies who the different speakers were. So it'll come back, and I've built a bit of a kind of, there's a few bugs for this at the moment, but you can go in here and edit the transcription. You can change who spoke, what things. If there was a couple of bugs with, if you didn't quite get it right with the transcription, you can also go in here and give those people names. After you've done that, you'll have something that looks like this. So this is a Rails World podcast episode from Remote Ruby. And so you can see the different people who spoke, when they spoke. You can go in and fix those if there's any problems, build an agenda. And after doing all of that, my mouse is running out of battery. But after doing all of that, you can then click to generate the minutes. And then the minutes will look something like this. And that's done with OpenAI, ChatGPT. So yeah, a mixture of things and using transcribe. It's called diarization. I think the part where it works out who the different speakers are. And I don't think the Whisper API has that. Like partitioning speakers. Although Whisper is a better model, like actually working at what was said, I just don't think it has the like speaker identification just yet, unfortunately. But it's something I'm keeping an eye on because I think it would be quite cool to just use Whisper at some point. They got it on their platform, like Whisper. Oh look, they've got a whole transcribe the audio, summarizing and analyzing the transcript, summary extraction. So they kind of have a whole guide on like what I'm building here, which I didn't realize they have. But again, I don't think they have the I don't think they have like the individual person detection. Transcribing audio with Whisper. Audio V1 audio. Correct transcription. So it just comes out with text, so it doesn't actually break it down by like who spoke, or like not by person's name, but at least like speaker 1, speaker 2. And then there's translation as well, which is essentially audio and then translation. Yeah, so that's what I've built anyway. That's what I'm currently working on. I'm currently working on getting a version of this deployed somewhere. Although now that I've just seen that there's a bug, like I probably need to figure that out. What was the deal with the... What was the deal with the thing? I don't know. Is it this one? Don't know. What did I do? I went in here and go like 19th. Choose a file. Create recording. A. Okay, fine. Yeah, so you can go through here. A. And then that will complete, and then I have to find out where we were, and you can click generate transcription. That will go away and generate the transcription. It won't take too long because it's only a 4-second clip of audio. And then once that's done, it'll come back and load, and there it is. And then there'll be the option of generating the minutes. I do need to do more than just load this section on this page when thing happens, because stuff changes over here as well. So that's something I need to figure out. That's our environment variables all configured and changed. I just need to check that that all still works here if I run this now. I should also just go into Rails credentials actually and just delete what was in there, because shouldn't need them anymore. Should be gone. Wait. So I'm going to switch back and close that, run it again. Hopefully now this should be running using those environment variables, and we should still all be able to kind of use the tool. If I click generate minutes here, it should contact OpenAI still. Sweet, which it does. Meeting was called to order by Speaker Zero. Speaker Zero greeted the attendees with an informal salutation. Hello, cutie pie. Provided text does not contain sufficient information to draft comprehensive minutes. Typically, minutes include details such as date, time, location, a list of attendees, discussion points. Yes. All that was said in that meeting was hello, cutie pie. We'll delete that. And we'll delete that. And we'll delete this. Okay, cool. So I have those environment variables set up. I need to commit what I've got here. And we'll say in here it was just configuration configure to use an environment variable instead. And then we'll do a git push. And then next thing that I want to do is something that I keep seeing pop up and it's bothering me because I was doing this a couple of times. I'm kind of sidetracking here, but every time I do this, I notice there's no nesting plugin, post CSS nesting. And it keeps warning me about this. And I feel like I need to actually just solve this problem. So nesting CSS was detected, but CSS nesting has not been configured correctly. Please enable a CSS nesting plugin before Tailwind in your configuration. And so if we jump back here, that's going to be either in here, could be in here, it could also be in the post CSS config, which we have probably in here. And so there's this, but what else is in here? To add support for nested declarations, we recommend our bundled Tailwind CSS/nesting plugin, which is a post CSS plugin that wraps the post CSS nested or post CSS nesting and acts as a compatibility layer to ensure. Okay, it includes directly in the Tailwind CSS package itself, so you need to include it in your package. By default, it uses post CSS nested, which uses a Sass-like syntax. If you'd rather use post CSS nesting, which is based on the work in progress CSS nesting specification. Actually, yeah, I think I probably do want to do. No, that's been archived. Interesting. Post CSS nesting's been moved to CSS tools / post CSS plugins. Let's just go with the simple option, which is this. So we'll go add a new line, we'll paste that in, we'll save that as it is, and then we will go in here, Control C, make sure that's stopped, spin it up again, and now CSS isn't complaining. We ain't getting any complaints from there. Nice. So we'll go back here, we'll do PS, we'll tab on that, and then we'll do git just to see that, and then we'll do commit, fix post CSS / Tailwind console warning, I suppose. Git push that up. Okay, cool. So let's just quickly edit this M file. What we've got AWS access token, OpenAI access token, and then we've got Stripe stuff. I think we need to figure out AWS. That's probably the next challenge that we need to solve for. Because AWS is going to be different. Mostly it's set up in our Terraform file. We don't really have any stuff set up in NeoVim for Terraform. So perhaps that's something I should do separately now. We'll do new session, NeoVim. Control BS. Okay, cool. So then we'll Z to nvim. We'll go nvim dot, and we'll go LSP. Or not before we do LSP, let's do tree sitter. Is there a tree sitter thing for the Terraform file? Terraform, there is. So I just need to add Terraform into this list. Where should it go? STTE Terraform should probably go there, right? Okay, that's Terraform. We'll ensure that's installed. If I quit and then do it again, it will download Tree Sitter Terraform. We'll check that that works. That's correctly installed. Is there an LSP for Tree Sitter? We're using LSP config. We're actually using LSP config Mason LSP config. Is there available LSP servers? Terraform? There's two. Terraform LS and TF Lint. I'm always not sure what to do when there's two. Both? Get both? Or one or the other? Let's see. If we go and just search for Terraform LS in here, what we'll probably find somewhere is some sort of config. Server mapping, Terraform LS. Terraform language server from HashiCorp. That sounds like it's probably the one. Terraform LS versus Terraform LSP. Terraform language server. For the time being, both projects continue to exist, giving users a choice. Terraform -ls. Overall stability, we're only relying on public APIs. Currently more features in the LSP. I don't really care about too many features of this. I just want to get something simple. So let's just go with Terraform LS. And we'll go LSP. We'll find our way down here somewhere. I don't have many installed right now, but we'll just install that there. In fact, move up there. Just maintain some form of... I mean, I don't know why I'm trying, because this is definitely not in alphabetical order. Hey ho. If I quit that and then load that back up, it loaded the Terraform language server. I can exit here now. That should close that session. We'll come back into here. We'll exit from here. We'll load back into that folder and we'll load the Terraform main.tf. We have colors. Beautiful. Beautiful colors. Using our Capuchin theme. Capuchin? I actually don't know how to pronounce that theme. Let's see. This is our... I'm guessing our language server just kicked in because the colours just changed. Actually kind of prefer those colours. It's quite a long file. 106. I need to work out how I do different environments with Terraform. I'm not doing anything else right now, am I? No, that's fine. Terraform, different environments. I mean, I'm still going to do it in the same account. Still going to do the same. So am I just... How how to create terraform multiple environments, how to deploy multiple environments in your terraform. Sure, we'll read a little article. We'll do some reading. We're not using DigitalOcean though. I'm not very, I've not done much with Terraform. When I wrote this Terraform file, it was the first time I did it. So this is all quite new to me. I guess what I want to do is create like a bucket. Perhaps I need to have the environment name on the actual like resource as well. That's another thing that's interesting actually. Like, where did I define this bucket name? In telescope live, got it. S3. Do I have anything about S3? Obviously that's the S3. Recording storage S3. Yeah, so I just named the bucket muster-minutes- and then Rails env. So that Rails env is going to be production or development, right? Or local, potentially as well. That's how the bucket is named, rather than using environment variable. It just uses. Also, I've just noticed as well, that's not going to work anymore because I've changed this. Interesting. Good spot. This needs to change. We use ChatGPT. How to change the storage.yml to use env variables. Env variables. I guess I'll do env.fetch. Edit access key ID. Fine. So I can just change to the closing bracket. Actually change around the closing bracket after the closing bracket. I don't know. I has a bucket. Bucket. Hey Bish, how's it going? Happy Friday. env.fetch AWS access key ID. Afternoon, mate. Change find there. That's not what I wanted to do. Yeah, so that does. I'm still butchering my way through these shortcuts. I want to do change. There we go. F. Like, there's two. There's C, T, and then the like closing bracket does. So if I did C, T, closing bracket, it gets me there. But if I do C, F, closing bracket, it deletes the closing bracket as well and puts me into the right place. M.fetch AWS secret access key GUIW. Oh, G UIW. Not gonna lie, I had my week. My week has been off. Wednesday I thought it's Thursday, but getting myself right, it doesn't feel like today is Friday. I was gonna say you weren't very well at the beginning of the week, right? I hope you're feeling better now though. But yeah, whenever you have like that beginning of the week either off or it just throws, even if you're not off but you're just not very well. I don't know why I closed any of them. I want any of them open. Configure S3 to use. So what's on today's agenda? I'm trying to get a version up, trying to get it live. Just kind of not worrying too much about what's broken right now, and I'm just trying to do the bare minimum to get it a version on a website that's publicly accessible on the internet. I don't know how far we'll get, but what I've been doing so far is I was using Rails credentials before, which is like a little file that gets stored alongside the code. And then every time you edit it, it kind of decrypts a file, allows you to make any changes. Then when you save the file, it kind of re-encrypts it and puts it in the directory. So that's always been, like if I go into GitHub repo, there's a credentials file somewhere around here. This kind of blob of text was all the credentials. I've removed them from there, and now there's a separate file that isn't with the code. It's kind of a separate thing, and then this is the hosting kind of service, or like a tool that I use to help hosting. In here I can go into environment and I can just configure a bunch of codes and stuff, and set that all up in here. So in here I'll be able to go in and do AWS access key, ID, and all of those things. Obviously they'll be secret. In fact, now I'm seeing that the Redis one probably needs to change, but no one can access these anyway. I don't think these are publicly accessible. These are private. Unless you're on the machine, you're not going to be able to do much with those. But yeah, so I'm going to put them in there, and then that's going to configure all of the things like passwords and stuff to use OpenAI and AWS and all of those third-party services. So I've just changing the config up for that. That's what I've been doing so far. And then the next thing I started to look at was Terraform. So Terraform is what I use to kind of write all of my infrastructure as code. So the S3 bucket, where I'm storing all of the uploaded files, and the user that can access the S3 bucket, and the permissions that user has to be able to list the bucket and get the bucket and put things in the bucket. The SNS topic, where transcriptions, once they're done, get submitted to. That's all configured in code here. So it's quite cool how Terraform works. I just go in and say, okay, I've got AWS, I'm going to use EU West 2. I've got an S3 bucket. Development, must have been its development. I've got a user that can use that bucket. That user has permissions in that bucket. That's all configured in here. And then down here, further down, there's like a SNS topic subscription. Or actually there's a bucket notification. That sends it to a topic. That SNS topic is there. And then that topic sends to a subscription, and the subscription is the URL to the web app, which is here. But I need to, this is all for development. I need a version of this which is production. So I guess that's my next thing to work out, which is like, I did start Googling it, but I've got so many tabs open now. Let's just close a couple. Yeah. Terraform different environments is kind of what I need to figure out now. There's this DigitalOcean. Deploy multiple infrastructure instances using workspaces. Multiple workspaces are useful when you deploy or test a modified version of your main infrastructure without creating a separate project and setting up authentication keys. So I have the workspace up here. I'm not sure I want to use a different workspace. Terraform also is hosted, so it does it all from Terraform Cloud, which I just need to log into. So if I go in here, workspace is in Muster Minutes. Muster Minutes is the name of the workspace. Maybe they are different workspaces. It's been so long since I touched any of this. I think I did this in like one of the very first couple of like days working on this project. And that was at the end of last year. So now I'm like, hang on, what was I doing here? I probably need to name all of these so that you have the name of the environment in them. Perhaps. Like here, Muster Minutes transcriptions is the topic, but that probably should be like development in there as well. What's ChatGPT got to say on the subject? How do I manage multiple environments with Terraform? Organize your Terraform code in a directory structure that reflects your environments. For instance, have separate directories for development, staging, and production, or use a similar logical separation. Utilize Terraform workspaces allow you to use the same configuration for multiple environments by changing only the state files. You can switch between workspaces using Terraform workspace select workspace name. Interesting. Variable configuration. Use variables to customize configurations for different environments. Define environment-specific variables in separate files like dev, staging, production. And then use Terraform apply with that bar file. Okay. Ensure that each environment is isolated in terms of state files, credentials, and resources. This prevents accidental changes to the wrong environment. Okay. Use a version control system like Git for your Terraform. I still don't really have a clear view on like what I need to do. I can just maybe give it my entire, like, here's what I have, work it out. Here is my Terraform file at the moment. Cool. What do I need to do? There's a AWS resources, including an S3 bucket, an IAM user policy, an SNS topic policy, a subscription, and an S3 bucket notification. It's structured to create these resources in a specific workspace defined under the Terraform Cloud settings. Manage multiple environments like development, staging, production with this setup, considering the following enhancements: separate workspaces. So I could go into Terraform Cloud and do Terraform muster minutes dev, muster minutes staging, muster minutes prod. Also use, is this like both of these, or is this like a one or the other? Use separate TF vars for each environment, dev, staging, production. Parameterize resource names, variables, convert hard-coded names in your resources to variables. Use bucket, var.bucket name. Okay. Or dynamic names. Yeah, this is like a choice, right? Like I can pick one of these. Use apply dev or apply staging for staging and so on. Has its own remote state and a secure backend. I think this is probably the bit that I'm most confused on. Can you be clearer about step 1? Is that a combination of those? Is that a choice, or do I do both? You actually do both. Use separate workspaces and variable files. They serve different but completely complementary purposes in managing multiple environments with Terraform. Separate workspaces. So that the way I'm building this picture in my head is that the workspaces is allow managing different state, and then the variable files are just obviously each environment has its own different set of variables. Does the variables decide which workspace to use? You create different workspace. This separation is crucial because state files contain all the data Terraform needs to manage your resources. You don't want your staging environment to accidentally modify your production resources. No, obviously. Fine. So separate workspaces is a foundation to this. So I probably need to think about renaming my workspace here to make sure that it fits. Also, like, so I've got a project here. The project has multiple workspaces. I also just want to check something. Where it says workspaces. I just want to check something that might show an authentication detail, so I'm just going to move off screen for a second. In fact, rather than just doing that, because you're not seeing anything, I just have full camera me. Let's see. I was just going to check authentication. No. API tokens. No. Variable set. There is somewhere that I don't remember that sets up how Terraform Cloud interacts with AWS, and I can't remember where that is because it's been a little while since I've done stuff in here, and so I'm just trying to find where some of that happens. There we go. Workspace variables. There is a workspace variable defined. Variables defined within a workspace always overwrite variables from variable sets which have the same type and the same key. Where I should have probably had a variable set for being able to do stuff in AWS. all variable sets have been applied. They're all then available. So I probably need to... I'm actually looking at this. I don't think there is anything that's secret right now, but let me just figure it out quickly. So I want to go variable sets. Okay, variable set. AWS TFC. AWS role or AWS provider or all current and future workspaces have access, or I apply to specific projects. So then I can add a variable. It's a Terraform variable. Or it's an environment variable. And then the value there is true. And then we have another one, which is the TFC AWS run role on. I'm just going to show the screen because I don't actually think this is that sensitive. So basically there are two environment variables that are going in here. The authentication is just done on the AWS side. It just says, hey, I trust Terraform. And then this is just the role that we're going to assume. And I'll add that variable. Actually, that should have been environment. And then we'll save. Those are there. And then I've configured that. We create the variable set. And then in here, we refresh. And then we're basically applying this variable set. We've got this AWS variable set. This applies. These are overriding it. So I can delete these now. And these are still here. So now we've got these running here. This will allow our Terraform scripts to run still through this variable set rather than being specifically for this workspace. So if I go into settings, should be able to change this workspace to like development essentially. Now I've got the Muster Minutes project with the Muster Minutes development workspace. So in here, it could be something like that. I don't know if the matter's there. Okay, fine, that's just the LSP. Just take a little second to pick that up. In the Muster Minutes projects, there's the Muster Minutes development workspace. Okay, cool. So the other part is like we are currently setting this like workspace manually up here. It would be wrong to be able to kind of go, hey, I'm going to use this workspace with this environment variable. So I'm kind of cautious about like this specifically. Is the workspace selected by an environment variable? Terraform workspace select. Seems odd that you might be able to select the wrong environment and then apply with different environable file. Hmm. Suspicious. Terraform. Do they have anything in the docs? Like, if I go in docs and then do... do they have anything in documentation? Let's see. Do they say anything about environments? Manage preview environment, create preview environments. That's kind of cool. It's not really what I want to do though. Each Terraform Cloud workspace is associated with a particular Terraform configuration, which is expected to change and evolve over time since each organization has its own preferred source code practices. Terraform Cloud does not provide integrated version management, instead it expects Terraform configuration to be managed in existing VCS. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So what? This is what I've done basically with the other one. I have a policy that allows my specific org, specific project, specific workspace, specific run phase to assume an identity, and that identity is the one that I've just added as an environment variable. So I did that. I remember doing that. Projects let you organize workspaces in scope to access workspace resources. Each project has a separate permissions, grant team, default project, workspaces when you need to manage a new collection of infrastructure resources. Okay, so that there we can kind of see what they're doing with like prod, staging, prod for different regions as well. US East, Central, whatever. So a workspace per environment probably makes sense. Organizing multiple environments for a configuration. There are a variety of ways to handle multiple environments. The most common approaches are, so there's 3 different approaches we could think of, the 3 most common approaches at least. All environments use the same main branch, and environment differences are handled with Terraform variables. Protect production environments, wait to apply runs until their changes are verified in staging. That feels like it's probably quite simple. You're just using the same config file, same branch, same whatever. Different environments in different long-lived VCS branches. Production environments protect production environments, merge changes to the production branch after they've been verified in staging. Feels like that makes sense, I guess, but that's kind of a typical Git workflow of kind of a main branch, development branch, maybe a staging branch. Different environments use completely separate configurations and shared behavior handled with Terraform modules. That sounds too complicated. I think the first option is probably fine for me. I just don't want to apply the runs until they're verified in staging. Organizing separate configurations. I think we're just using the same configuration. Most organizations either keep each Terraform configuration in a separate repository or keep many Terraform configurations as separate directories in a single repository called a monorepo. Don't really need to do the monorepo, I don't think. I don't think I need separate configurations. It's fairly bare bones. We're configuring an S3 bucket and how that S3 bucket communicates. Providing configuration versions. We've been using the Terraform CLI, but eventually we'll move to VCS. Overview. So I guess we'll probably have some sort of variables in here. So we've got master minutes development, it's the workspace. In the master minutes project. One of the things it said further up in the suggestions was here, this like var environment. So I think maybe we do this, like maybe the next step is we've kind of configured our workspace and changed that. Perhaps we make sure that like some of these names have the develop like prefix or something in there. Master minutes development, free user development, development user. In all of the names. Master minutes development, S3 user, master minutes development, Rails policy, like something like that. For all of the names. Like one of the things I'm still curious about as well though is like it says I can't could I not use a variable to select the workspace? Like there's a workspace property here. Dynamically select the workspace in the config, which is hard coded at the moment. It says it's but it's here. But it's here. But it's here. Is different in Terraform Cloud. You can define the workspace should be used directly as you have shown. The approach is specific Terraform Cloud and use Terraform Cloud to a particular workspace in Terraform Cloud environment. It will create it if it doesn't exist. In Terraform Cloud you can automate workspace creation and selection based on your branching strategy. I am using Terraform Cloud. I want to have multiple environments. How do I do it? Okay, create those different, makes sense, fine. Parameterize your configuration. I don't need an essay. Like, what is this? I do need to do this and I need to do that. I know that. I could do it in there, but I could also just use a TF-vars file. Show me an example config. I will run Terraform Cloud via the CLI for now. Show me an example config and bar how to run it with Terraform Cloud using CLI. Yep. So I'll have a TF-vars file. Those workspaces will be set up. I don't need to do that bit. See, it's still telling me to do workspace select. Again, it says I can use this bit, this Terraform Cloud. Perhaps I should try and just figure out the create a workspace. You're not using global variable set. I don't really care about global variable set. Cloud block. What about the cloud block? What about the cloud block? Not sure. Terraform workspace select is what I want. I really don't feel comfortable about the fact that it's suggesting that you select an environment and then you run this separate apply command where you then pass the environment variable. Because what if you select production, but then pass in the environment variable details for like development? Like, it feels like too much of a... just feels wrong. Also, you keep telling me to use bloody version control. I'm like, I'm not. I've already told you I'm not. ChatGPT is annoying me. We're gonna go rogue. I'm not gonna use ChatGPT anymore. Not a friend. What I want to find. I guess what I'm thinking about is the fact that I can kind of do... like, can I not just do this, where I go in here and then do... I still don't really know how to do the environment variable, so I'm probably going to have to give chat... well, no, screw you. I'm not using ChatGPT. Docs. I want the configuration language docs, and I want to see the variables, and then I get an overview. Why do the docs have to make this complicated? Variables. I don't want local. Terraform TFRs. What? Customize Terraform config TFRs. Yeah, it's like variable. So you create this like AWS underscore region. You can just do var.aws region. Fine. No, I just call it environment. I don't know if I want a default. And I guess the idea here is I can do like var.environment, yeah. And then maybe I do set a default. And then does that mean I can now do like Terraform plan? No configuration file. No, because I'm not in the Terraform folder. Terraform plan. Terraform cloud initialization required. To reinitialize, run Terraform in it. Variables not allowed. Variables may not be used here. Okay, well, I suppose that kind of solves that question. Still feels weird. Like, I'm like, why? Yeah, okay. Oh, it's about 36 minutes. Okay. So that can't have a variable in it. Sign up. Create the organization. You log in with the CLI. Create credentials variable set. Create workspace. So for example here, got like main.tf. Provider and stuff. Somewhere, now that I'm thinking about it as well, somewhere in my system, I have some sort of Yeah. I have this, which is where I configure that role for Terraform. I don't think... Well, here's an interesting thing. There's workspace name there. So I am going to have to change this if I change the workspace name. And I'm probably going to have to create another one of these with a different workspace as well. And this user is also the one that has access to like the jobs and stuff. And this one runs locally because I have the .env file there with the stuff in it. So that's going to be interesting as well. What was the if I do that, like what does that do? Auto apply. But I kind of only want to do this after another workspace. Always trigger runs. Only trigger runs when specific path changes. All sets this workspace to automatically apply changes for successful runs if disabled requires run operator approval. I guess I could come in here and manually tick the box when that runs. No, still not quite getting to what I want to do. I feel like this is where I would do the environment most. If I remove the workspace name, I don't really know. Terraform help. Plan help. Is there some way of saying the workspace at least? Destroy target, you can set variables through there. State, you can set a state file. Terraform, help me please. Failed to create a backend alias to target blank. I think that's because workspace tags or name is required. Tags are a set of tags to use to select remote Terraform Cloud workspaces to be used for this single configuration. New workspaces will automatically be tagged with these tag values. Generally, this is primary and recommended strategy to use as option conflict with name. So tags is interesting. The name of a the name is a name of a single Terraform Cloud workspace to be used with this configuration. When configured, only the specified workspace can be used. This option conflicts with tags and with the TF workspace environment variable. Interesting. So what's the deal with tags? Like I wish there was some docs I could just read about how that config like works. Like even reading the Terraform Cloud, I'm like, it's not particularly clear at what point. Like it tells you to just, oh yeah, you just you just okay, Terraform organization, and then like it just creates a workspace. Terraform.tf, and then there's the workspace there, but then there's nothing about like how that file should be configured. Fundamentals, configuration language. So we start from the beginning. We click start. Clone a repository. I don't want to clone your repository. Terraform Cloud. Okay, so you set the cloud. Then you Terraform apply. Required providers, required version. I didn't set any of that in here. Just figures it out usually. Clean up your infrastructure. Yeah, I know how to do that. Variables, okay. Variables with Terraform Cloud. Again, they're just highlighting this, but like, what about this? Is there some documentation for how that part works? Okay, next steps, local values, output data. Again, this isn't really telling me how that Terraform block works. Like, this is a guide. What I actually want is like the actual kind of raw. I don't want a tutorial. I just want the like, here's the options, here's what they mean. Use CDK for Terraform to write and deploy Terraform configurations in your preferred programming. I didn't know it was a thing. So I guess you can just write. Show me an example in TypeScript. What does the code look like for this? Yeah, oh, okay, cool. Interesting. I don't know why you would. I mean, maybe this is better than. Why not just use the regular DSL? Terraform Cloud. Syntax. Files and directories. Okay. Quickly go through that. Got the .tf files. That all makes sense. I'm not confused about that. We got syntax. Arguments, blocks, identifiers, comments. That all makes sense. Terraform settings overview. Okay, I think this is closer to what I was looking for. This is specifically, here's the Terraform settings block. It's a special configuration block used to configure some of the behaviors of Terraform, such as setting a minimum version of Terraform to apply to your configuration. The nested cloud block configures Terraform Cloud for enabling a CLI-driven run workflow. Okay. Cloud configuration. Okay. See there, that's interesting. It's using tags. But again, why is there not more to this page? Like, where's the pros and cons of what tags do versus name? Don't know. To configure the Terraform Cloud CLI integration, add a nested block within the Terraform config block. You cannot use the CLI integration and a state backend in the same configuration. Refer to using Terraform Cloud in the Terraform CLI documentation for full configuration details, migration instructions, and command line arguments. Okay, in here. Okay, here it is. Cloud block supports the following configuration arguments. It says name is optional. It's not. You have to have one of these. It's like conditionally required. It's not required if you've done tags, and tags is not required if you've done name. You only have one of them. Tags. A set of Terraform Cloud workspace tags. You'll be able to use this working directory of any workspaces that have all of the specified tags. You can use the Terraform workspace command to switch between them or create new workspaces. New workspaces will automatically have the specified tags. This option conflicts with name, whereas name is a single Terraform Cloud workspace. So we're going to change it up. We're going to use tags. We're going to go in here. We're going to set tags, and I guess we just need a bit of an example. Like they've got an array in there. I think the idea here is we just have master minutes or just at. I don't need the compose, do I? Master minutes. Okay. So then the idea here is that in here we would have a tag for this workspace called muster minutes. Because then we'll have a muster minutes, we'll have a different workspace. Terraform init or workspace list. Terraform init. I think I have to do Terraform init just because the cloud config changed. Terraform workspace list should give me a list of possible workspaces I could change to. Workspace, Terraform workspace select, and I have to do a name. Muster minutes development. That now knows that we're in that workspace. So we're getting like the variables or something. Providers, output, show. Or maybe there's like Terraform output and then output bar like environment. I guess I would need to actually output that in some way to show that. Okay. Let's see. Oh, my camera is overheating. It's getting a little bit warmer in here. Let's see. So I've selected an environment. I'm in a workspace. I need to work out like how the variables work. Guess this is a really good variable set global, variable set project scope, variable set workspace scope, workspace specific variables, local environment variable, command line variable, variable set, variable set, variable set. Okay. So the next bit I'm kind of not sure on is like, okay, well, what do we do about the environment variables? Like there are at least two things that I want to change. Like the name of the environment, and it's kind of dependent on the workspace. Workspace in the Terraform CLI refer to separate instances of state data inside the same Terraform working directory. They are distinctly different from workspaces in Terraform Cloud, which each have their own Terraform configuration and function as separate working directories. Terraform relies on state to associate resources with real-world objects. When you run the same configuration multiple times to separate state data, Terraform can manage multiple sets of non-overlapping resources. Workspaces can be helpful for specific use cases, but they're not required to use the Terraform CLI. We recommend using alternative approaches for complex deployments requiring separate approaches. Terraform Cloud. Okay, this is probably Workspace's overview of Terraform Cloud. Working with Terraform involves managing collections of infrastructure resources, and most organizations manage different collections. When run locally, Terraform manages each collection of infrastructure of a persistent working directory, which contains a configuration, state data, and variables. Since Terraform CLI uses content from the directory it runs in, you can organize infrastructure resources into meaningful groups by keeping their configurations in separate directories. Terraform Cloud manages infrastructure collections with workspaces instead of directories. A workspace contains everything within Terraform needs to manage a collection of infrastructure, and separate workspaces function completely separate working directories. Okay. We have. Ah, I see. Right. So, workspace contents, local Terraform, the configuration is on disk. In Terraform Cloud, in a linked version control repository or periodically uploaded via an API CLI. So we're going to upload it via the CLI. The variable values might be in a TF-vars file on local Terraform, but in Terraform Cloud, it's in the workspace. So that's where we set our environment configuration. State is on disk or in a remote backend. In this case, it's in the workspace. Credentials and secrets in the shell environment are entered, or this is in workspace stored as sensitive variables. We don't have any credentials or secrets, but we do have some variable values that we're going to track in the workspace. So the idea there is actually this is where we manage the variables. Terraform uses all Terraform and environment variables for all plans and applies in this workspace. But I can just go in here and go, okay, I've got to have like development. These variables should match declarations in your config. Click the HCL box to use interpolation on what? Oh, this is like environment development. And this is Terraform, right? So this is a Terraform variable that we're creating, and we're setting the environment to development, and that matches here. Because then we can use it here. That's kind of the idea, I think. And then we'll have another one, I think, which is like this one. Visual inside the quotes, we'll yank that out. We'll take it and we'll do S3 webhook. I still don't know what this allows you to interpolate values at runtime. This is in Terraform Cloud. Yeah, okay. So they're managing variables. You can use HCL for Terraform variables, not for environment variables. The same Terraform version that runs. What happens if I just went in here then and clicked this HCL box? I think that means in this value, I could do something like this could interpolate another value. So this value could be like, oh, it's going to be this, but it's going to use the environment variable inside of it. I think that might be how that works. Not really sure what this is about, like why they're just showing you two. You can use HCL for Terraform variables, but not for environment variables. The same Terraform version that runs will interpret the HCL. Variable values are strings by default. To enter a list or map values, click the variable HCL checkbox. Oh, so this could be a map, right? And then you could enter, like, you can have a variable that has a map or a list or something, right? We're not using that. We don't also need to use the other stuff, so we can just say here's the string value. So that's the S3 webhook, which means that I'm also going to create a webhook. Perhaps I name that URL as well. Okay. Kind of slowly getting somewhere with it. I think we select the workspace with a CLI, and then the idea is we select and then apply. Or plan. Terraform plan. And we can show our workspace. So that's the workspace we're in. And then when we run a plan, it's going to do it in the context of that workspace. So I'm going to upload our config as it is. And then we're going to try and plan. There should be this one here, yeah. No valid credential sources found. And we're not able to form that role. That makes sense because we changed our thingamabob. And so let's just do Control B, new -s AWS Terraform. AWS. And so in here somewhere, it's actually not there. Oh no, I should have done that. PF, the vars, the workspace name. I might just need to check. I think some of these might be configured based on an environment variable. So I just need to check the .env file. No, that's the access key secrets and IDs. How was this configured? So there's the variables. Sorry, I've been in meetings. Have you managed to get the workspace in order somewhat? Yeah, I'm slowly getting there. I've renamed the workspace, so it's now Muster Minutes Development. I've managed to configure the environment variables or the workspace variables in here. And I've changed my config so that it now can run in multiple workspaces. So we've set a tag here on line 6 that allows it to work. Before this was a name and it was fixed. So now it will run in any workspace that has this tag, Muster Minutes. So I'm going to have 2 workspaces is the plan. I'll have a development workspace and a production workspace. They'll both have the tag Muster Minutes. I've then configured 2 environment variables. There's 1 or 2 Terraform variables. One of them is called environment. That's going to be development or production. It's going to be one of those two strings. And then another one, which is the S3 webhook URL. The idea with the webhook S3 URL is actually, I can go put that in here now as well, which is delete this and go var S3 webhook URL. So now that will, it shouldn't really have been webhook S3 URL. What should this have been called? Transcription webhook URL. Probably would have made more sense. So yeah. Transcription webhook URL. And then I just need to IW yank that into the clipboard. We'll name it down here as well. The next problem I'm having is my authentication between Terraform and Amazon Web Services was done based on the workspace name, which I've now changed because it was just muster minutes and now it's muster minutes development. So when I tried to just run the plan, it failed and errored because it said it could not got the authentication. So that's where we're at now. We're trying to make sure that we can update our authentication. I'm trying to figure out what I did here to get that working. So there's a variable called tfc underscore workspace underscore name. And I'm trying to work out what I did here. If I run Terraform plan, is this going to just unauthorized? We probably should read the README. Probably not a bad shout. The directory contains. Is there a way of doing wrapping, like nvim wrap text? I can do like set wrap. There we go. Can I also set like set TW equals 30? Set TW equals 30. Set wrap. Set no wrap. Set wrap. Oh, it's wrapping. I can read it now without having to go. This directory contains example code for setting up the Terraform Cloud workspace, whose runs will be automatically authenticated to AWS using workload ID. The basic building blocks in AWS will configure an OIDC provider in AWS and create a role that is bound to the particular Terraform Cloud workspace. The building blocks in TFC workspace will create that Terraform Cloud workspace and set all the configuration variables needed. You'll need the Terraform CLI installed. You'll need to set the following environment variable in your local shell. TFE token. A Terraform Cloud user token. That's probably expired. I'm thinking about it now. You'll need to authenticate your AWS provider. You need to rename that and customize the required variables. You can also set values for and then Terraform plan and Terraform apply. So I figured that is probably what we need to do. Oh, there we go. Base PV. So there is a vars file, but there's also this terraform.tf vars. When I do space pf, I think the only reason that doesn't show is because there's probably a .ignore file. No, there must just be a bunch of files that are ignored. The telescope doesn't find those files. So it should be possible to go in here and run terraform plan, but it failed. So why is that failing? Unauthorized. TFC workspace. Probably because that doesn't exist anymore, right? It's trying to access that workspace. It doesn't exist anymore because the workspace name is now development. Okay, it got a bit further. What's the problem now? It's still the same unauthorized. I guess it changed some stuff and then it still got to this point where it's like, oh, hang on, you're not authorized. If I read the readme again, it said I have to set the like an environment variable, TFE token. Doesn't look like I've ever set that. Export TF. No. So if I go back to nvim e.env, there's a TFE token. I'm going to take that off screen for a second while I just investigate. Cloak toggle. I need a TFE token, probably. I imagine the one I have is expired. So we go hunting for it. User settings. Again, not going to show token screen unless I know for sure. Interesting. It did. Yes. It did expire in November, so I probably have to create a new one. So it was just an API token, I think. Terraform cloud. And then change to the end of the line, paste. Now I can run Terraform plan again. Still unauthorized. This token's not been used. So what's going on here? Line 11 in the TFE project of that. TFC workspace. TFC workspace. Line 11. It's the TFC project name. And the organization. Error retrieving projects unauthorized. Oh, but I probably have to cd back into this directory. I'm probably still using the old environment credentials. Yes, that was the problem. It says it's going to create some stuff. The AWS roll-ons will be used to authenticate. Oh, because we got rid of these, right? In that workspace, we've moved them. These keys are now different. As in we... So it's doing a couple of things. Up here, it's changing the TFC role for the IAM profile to change that policy. That's step one. The policy of the role in AWS is changing to allow us to run our muster minutes development workspace. But this also is saying there's going to be a TFE variable in that workspace. I wonder if I can find the TFE provider like Terraform, TFE provider config. Like what I want to do is set a variable set or a variable. And that Terraform variable set is going to be in here, right? Variable sets. There's one called AWS, and then they're going to be in here, right? Like that's the thing. And then there's the variable. Okay. So I kind of want to change this to... There's the project. There's the workspace. But then there's this here. I want to change these to use something that's like this. This is going to be the AWS set. I don't know why. I need to create a big space there. Anyway, stop. Whatever you're doing, why? Change it inside Word. Change inside the quotes, actually is probably best. AWS. You don't need a description. The organization is going to be the same as that. So change to the end of the line. It's var.tfc organization name for that variable set. Once we have a variable set, then what I need to do is okay, this doesn't need the var set. I'm slowly remembering how Terraform works. That's AWS. And then down here, we're going to set the resource. Like we've got two variables that we're going to set. We'll just copy one. We don't need to copy two. That is going to be equal to enable AWS provider auth. Is this because I set TW? I'll fix this in a second. I think I've set TW, so it automatically does like some weird wrapping new line thing. Was here, wasn't it? No, yeah, here. TFE variable, AWS provider auth. The key here is going to be TFC AWS provider auth. The value is going to be true. This is going to be env. We're going to yank that line, paste it above this line, move down here, delete that line, and then this will be AWS. And actually, I think what we can probably mostly do is copy this. This is probably closer to what I want. And so, but this is still a TFE variable. That's still the same, but we don't need the workspace ID. Because what we do is set the variable set ID to that. And then I can GC18J comment those out. And then let's just see what Terraform plan does now. Terraform plan should see those as already existing. Oh no, it's creating them. The ID should be AWS. I guess the name isn't unique. Like the ID is this. So. I wonder if I also have to set this to be able to set, like, to link the two. Is there anything about the workspace in here? The workspace name. Okay, so that is the workspace. So we create the set, and then we also link the set. TFE workspace is going to be my workspace because that's what it's called up there. And then this is going to be called the variable set is going to be the AWS variable set. And then that matches up with what we did down here. Yes. So if I do Terraform plan now, it should link those two. Let's do Terraform apply and see what it does. I might have to just remove the old thing. That one's already taken. Yes, because that's the one that I want to set. If we go into here then, maybe change the name, AWS old, and apply to specific projects, but not this one anymore. Save. That's our AWS old. If we do Terraform apply, or yeah, apply, because we know what we're doing. At least I hope I know what we're doing. Making it up as we go along. That's what I want. Yes. Okay, cool. So then in variable sets, I should now have AWS in here. Yes. With one workspace and the same two variables configured. Applying to that workspace. I wonder actually, I could just set it to the project, right? That's what I want to do. Like here. Workspace variable set. Is there not a... I've moved around so much. Where is the Terraform Cloud configuration? No, that's not what I want. Is it? Oh no, it's the TFE thing. TFE variable set here. Is there like a TFE project variable set? There is. Nice. Okay, cool. Well, I just want to... I guess I could go here and then change to the underscore project. Change to the underscore project ID. And then this needs to be the project ID somehow. Which apparently we have here. So we can do... we'll change the entire line to the rest of the line. Data.tfeproject.id. Terraform apply. That will run the plan. It tells what it's going to propose to change first anyway. So it will destroy the relationship between the variable set and the workspace, and it will create a variable set relationship to the project. Yes, that's what I want. So now let's see in here. If I refresh, this should have just swapped around. Yeah, remove from there, add it up there. Wait. Now, the next bit is actually, I've still not quite finished here. The next thing I want to do in here is if I jump across, no, not do that, don't do that. If I jump across to the AWS thingamabob, one of the things I think in here is there's this string like, and is it, yeah, run phase. I think I can do workspace as an asterisk. DF wiggly brackets. I should have done insert. Star. I don't really care about the workspace. If it's in that project, that's what we're kind of doing, everything based on the project here. So if we go back here, we can do one more Terraform apply, and that what that should do now is change that. Yes, I'd like to change that. We can apply, and I think we're done in there. Now we should be able to go back in here. We've got development there, tags there. We go to our muster minutes development workspace. We can check our variables, environment and the key there. These things should be coming in. We should now be able to go in here and do a Terraform plan. If I go back to runs, I've got plan queued. Yep. So it's going to be running that now. And we'll see whether it works, what it says. There should be no changes. It's detected drift, but the drift... Plan finished. Current infrastructure matches. There's no change. Sweet. I'm going to need to do some changes though, because we want to add some different names to a few things so that they're clearer. So I would like to add the var.environment in there on the name of the IAM user. I'd like to add the name to that policy as well, because we might have different policies. And in fact, I might as well, since we seem to be is it like that? I don't know. Yep. And then muster minutes transcriptions can go in there. And then that's all okay. Okay. And then if we go back to here and run Terraform plan, that should now say, hey, a bunch of stuff changed. Yep. It's like, hey, there's a plan to change a bunch of things. The S3 user has a new name. This is like removing the policy and then adding a new policy. This is removing the notification and then adding it. No, that was just changing notification. This one removes the topic policy and adds it back in. This one removes the subscriber and adds it back in, and this one removes the SNS topic and adds it back in. I wanna run it. Would you like to retry the run? You can also retry it with a different thing. This is a speculative plan. Let's just apply it, I think, and hope, fingers crossed, that it all still works. While that's running, let's go in here. Perhaps we can create a new workspace. It's going to be a CLI driven workflow for now. It's going to be called muster minutes production. And it's going to be in the muster minutes project. And we're going to have a variable in here. I kind of want to see what happens if there isn't a variable set. Do we want to do that? Yes. Error? What? What? Updating IAM user because no identity based and the policy allows IAM user update. Oh. Balls. What have I done? What have I done? I've broken everything. That makes me think it's in here. User with that arm. Assumed role TFC role. Terraform. Run. Not a authorized form update user. Actually, I don't think I've done an IAM update user. So I probably just don't have the ability to do update user. I've got create, delete, and get. Yeah. So then I should just add update user in here. Terraform apply. Type yes. That just adds that into the policy. And then we can... Is there a retry button here? No, I just have to go back. Terraform apply. Oh, we'll solve it soon. Oh, we're getting close. We're getting close. The stripe config might be a bit of a thing that I have to just do on the side. Maybe I can do that while we're waiting for these to run. Stripe.com. Okay. So that should all still be okay. I guess the only way of really knowing if it is definitely okay is if we run through the flow. Test. Gar, hate nested XMLs, have an MTA call that goes out, which includes old risk and new risk details, but external parties have a habit of getting them in the wrong order. Yeah. I can imagine, like, yeah. XML's a pain to work with. It also reminds me of there was a video I watched recently that Theo put out, which was about like if else conditions. He had a really good like what was the youtube.com. The thumbnail was pretty good, like
This isn't.
yeah, like this. All the brackets, except it's worse with XML because all of these are just random words that are probably all very similar. And you just don't know which order you're sending stuff and where it is and stuff like that. My work at least allows us to use Notepad++ with the plugin for Pretty XML. Are they pretty strict on what software you can use? AI. Sorry, I'm also filling out the Stripe details so I can get that all set up. Where do we get to? What was like we've done the Terraform apply there, so that all now works. I guess what would be interesting perhaps is to do Terraform workspace list. Should be able to select workspace. Terraform workspace select muster minutes production. Doesn't exist. Looks like it exists to me. Unless I've spelled it differently. Muster minutes. Gotta have the tag. Gotta have the tag. Doesn't exist if the tag doesn't exist. Yes. Laptop is pretty locked down and most software has to be checked thoroughly by build teams before it can be installed unless you know the right people. I suppose that's fairly common. I've always managed to avoid getting locked down too heavily. Probably easier when you're in the development space as well. Is it different for the engineers there? Terraform workspace select, and then I'm in the production. Terraform plan. Terraform plan. Then we go runs. This should fail because it should go, hang on, there's a variable and we don't have a default for it and I don't know what to call it. Yeah, sweet. So I need to set some development. In fact, you know, one of the things I'd like to maybe do is just remove the default from here as well. Got environment. It's gonna be development. And then we're gonna add another one, which is gonna be transcription webhook URL. And that was going to be what was it on the last one? Terraform plan. So these are all the things it's going to create. It's going to create an S3 user. I guess we're using that S3 user. We're going to have to go grab its credentials. I probably have to do that separately in the AWS console. I think it's the S3 user that I will be using. Probably shouldn't show you my IAM page. Hey ho. Muster minutes development S3 user, and then that has a Rails policy. But is there a credentials associated with this person's account. Create an access key. Oh, manage access keys. Not for the root user. I don't want an access key for the root user. What access key do I want here? Access key 2. Access advisor. Oh, that was one of the things I wanted to check. Can I still go in here and upload a file?
Hello.
Hello, cutie pie. Yeah, looks like it. Sweet. Okay. That means I didn't completely destroy stuff, but I don't really know what access tokens I'm using. Oh no, yeah, there is one. There is one on that user, created 71 days ago. For that S3 user. It's not really an S3 user, so I don't know why I'm calling it the S3 user. Perhaps I should rename it. But we'll have to do that off of the... We do that outside Terraform, because I don't really like Terraform creating the access keys. I prefer to do that manually, and then I grab the tokens and then put them behind variables. Yes, that'll be the plan. Creates a user policy for that user. Creates an S3 bucket, which is going to be called muster minutes development. No, it shouldn't be called development, because that already exists. It is using that properly. Doesn't find anything in there. Again, development. Did I set the environment variable to development? Did I do that? That is the development one. That's set to nah. We ain't having that. Production. It's production. Get out of here with your blimmin' Terraform plan. Okay, let's see what we've got. We're getting there. Tweet. Okay, so it ran. What have we got here? So we're creating all of these things. We're creating a Rails app policy. It's probably easier just to look at these in here. Creating an S3 user, which is going to be the muster minutes production S3 user. Again, I don't really feel like I should be calling this S3 user. Maybe that's something else I can change in here. Let's go. And then let's just do %s3 underscore user, just becomes user. In case that was anywhere, that should all be changed in that file now. there's actually quite a lot of information you have to add. Let's stripe up. Slowly getting there though. Okay, what do we have here? We've got, it looked like the plan would work. We've got production user. We've got the Rails app policy attached to that user. We have the S3 bucket, which is going to be called muster minutes production. We've got the transcriptions, which is going to access, this is the notification for transcriptions, which is listening to the S3 object created in the bucket, which will be known after apply. We've got the production transcriptions, SNS topic, and we've got our subscription, which is going to send to app.musterminutes.com/webhook/transcriptions. There's something this does. This sends a kind of test thing. I'm not sure we're going to do this today because there is some information that I probably need to think about for Stripe that I need to just have a think about and work out what the solution is to that. So that's something we have to think about. But we'll try and get this part done, and maybe we'll deploy it with the test Stripe credentials, but then take it down. Could be an option. But yeah, okay. So let's Terraform workspace, select muster minutes development. I just want to switch back to that other workspace, Terraform plan or Terraform apply. Like, why not do apply? Because it's just going to tell us what's going to change first anyway. I'm going to run the plan first. And so what's this going to do? It's going to remove the add and remove the policy. It's going to remove the IAM S3 user and create a user. The problem with this is that's also going to reset my access key ID, which is why I don't think I changed the name originally. But I think I've got to change the name. I don't think I think we just do this and then I have to just go into the console and figure those details out, you know, which is a shame because it's just extra work that I've got to do, but you know, better to do it now rather than not do it. Yeah, because the ARN changes, so I think it actually has to delete the user and recreate it. I think I'm going to apply it and then I'm going to come back in quickly and create a new, send the security credentials, and I'll create a new access key. And it's, I think you have to specify the use case. It's an application that's running outside of AWS. Yeah. And it says, hey, I think you should use IAM. And I'm like, no, I don't want to. Confirm and apply. Confirm plan. In fact, I guess I could have just written yes. Oh, I could have approved it there. So now I'm gonna end up having to go into my env file, reloading some of those details. Errored. What did error? What? Cannot delete entity, must delete the access keys first. Right, okay. Okay. Yeah, fair enough. Delete. I have to put the entire access key ID in that field. I have to deactivate, and then I have to enter the entire thing and then delete. That's a pain. Terraform apply. Is it still going to delete though that user, or do I have to delete that manually now? It did create the new user. I'm gonna probably have to go in there and yeah, so now it's just saying I need to tidy up that because I didn't tidy it up before. And add the policy. It never added the policy. Confirm and apply. Confirm plan. Sweet. Okay, so we go in access keys, application running outside of AWS. Next. Don't need a description. Got a new access key and a new secret. I'm gonna have to put into .env. Oh dear, I'm showing you my .env. Cloak disable. Change in a word. Paste that in. Change to the end of the line. Cloak. Enable. Okay. That should be done now. I should be able to go back in here. Control C. I'll exit. Bin dev. Oh no, I don't want to actually do that. CD muster minutes app bin/dev. That should be that. Should mean that I can still go in here, refresh. I should be able to go to an existing meeting and the files still download, because if I couldn't download the files, then my S3 login credentials wouldn't have worked. Sweet. Okay, cool. So that is that. I'm going to go then Terraform, workspace, select, muster minutes production. And then let's spin up production environment in Terraform. Why have I got pad? Oh, because it's got plan queued. Is that why? Sweet. And then we'll go Hatchbox. I'm going to have to go into Hatchbox and configure some environment variables. Add environment variable, AWS. I'm going to say yes here. Access key ID. Access key ID. AWS secret access key. We'll need open AI access token, and I'll need a Stripe private key, a Stripe public key, and a Stripe signing secret. I need to set variables for all of those. And it won't be the same. Actually, some of them might be the same. No, I'm going to keep them all. I'll go get them from wherever I need to get from. Terraform, back here, Control B3. Oh, it failed. Why did it fail? Invalid parameter, unreachable endpoint. That's an interesting one. I can't host the app until I've created all of these things. Actually, some of these have been created. If I did a Terraform plan now, it probably will say, hey, like, we actually only need to create a couple more things. Because all of these did get created. The webhook subscriber did not, but the bucket did, the user did, and all of those things did. So I can probably go into users, and I now have production user, for which I can go in and add to credentials for and create an access key. Application running outside AWS. Next, create access key. The access key ID can go into here. Access key secret can go in there. I can go on OpenAI, platform.openai.com. I can go create tokens over there. What am I doing here? API keys. Muster minutes production. And then that's going in there. I then also need to make sure I go back to Stripe. And I think we are just going to roll quickly with the initially with the access key and ID for that's the public key or the publishable ID, and then the secret key is that one. And in the signing secret is the webhook. I go in here, add an endpoint. It's going to be app.musterminutes.com/page/webhook/stripe, I think. Must have selected events. Check out. Select all the events. I mean, I suppose I only really need the checkout succeeded and session completed. And then there's a signing secret, which I'll take, and then I'll stick that into there. Save changes. Okay, cool. What are we doing? What have we done so far? We've done the Terraform apply. We've got to release that. That needs our app to be running. Mostly been changing the Terraform config. We need to run Terraform again once we've released our app. We are going to run it with just the test credentials on Stripe. Then I'm going to take it down. We're using Hatchbox to run the app. I've got it over here. I don't know what is there a way of just, there's a maintenance mode. I can put it in maintenance mode. Can I just enable that now? And at the moment, the domains and SSL, that's probably the next part. At the moment, it's this. This should have like a under maintenance. Yeah, okay, cool. So the domain's going to be app.musterminutes.com. So I need to add this. We're using Cloudflare for my domains. We log into Cloudflare. I don't know if I want to show all of my domain config, so I'm going to keep that secret. Musterminutes.com. DNS. Records. Yeah, you can see those. Anyway, so now we're on master minutes. What we can do is in here we can add a record. We're going to add this A record. It's actually not that. It's app. It's going to go to that. It's going to proxy through Cloudflare, and then we are going to go in here and click save. So now we should be able to go to app.musterminutes.com, and we should get the under maintenance hatchbox page. Nice. That's our job done there. We've added our environment variables, we've configured our domain, we've configured all of the databases. We can click deploy. And now that should be building our app and running it. Now, there are a couple more things I probably need to do. I don't know what. Slowly getting there. Added that access key ID. That's all good. That's all gravy. Gravy. Spent $2.68 on AWS Transcribe so far. We're just waiting. Stripe requires 2-factor authentication. Edit authenticator code. Yep, done. Copy. Continue. Paste that in. I don't really know where I'm supposed to store my backup codes for things. Deploy failed? What? What is going on? We're so close. We're so close. Cannot load such file. Rake aborted. Command failed, yarn.lock. I've never really had an issue with like that. I'll just have done that. Yeah, fine, done. Automate VAT calculation. Okay, sorry, I was just sorting out the stripe stuff. It looks like we have an ad break anyway. I'm going to quickly be back and go grab a drink, actually, since I've not had a little drink for a while. So I'll just minimize that view because you don't need to see that, and I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Bye. In a minute. gifted. Thanks. Thank you. I don't think I'd come back for long, but yeah. I did leave. When did the ads finish? Thompson's last ad, 7 minutes? Okay, fine. So maybe 5 minutes. Anyway. I don't remember doing this, but apparently it's done it, so... Oh, that was a plan only. Fine. So that's what's planned to add, just that. This still failed. Why is it failing? Tries to do bundle exec big T. Is that right? You start to doubt everything. You're like, oh. Fish, thank you. Thanks for the sub. You get some beautiful emotes now. I really need to finish off some of the other ones I've been working on. Some of them from Etsy, but the what was the one that I worked on? The hype one is the one that I built. Well, I'll do hype emotes. There to get rid of the axe. I'm here long enough. Yeah, no worries. Thank you. I keep debating subscribing to Turbo, Twitch Turbo or whatever. But then I'm like, well, then there's no point in if I subscribe to Twitch Turbo. Is that what it's called? I don't know what it's called. But then it kind of removes the point of subscribing to people. I'm like, I don't know. I have too many subscriptions. I'm trying to cut back, like Netflix, and cancelled Now TV today because I finished watching Manifest. That was annoying. We've been watching Manifest, and Manifest season 1 and 4 is on Netflix. Seasons 2 and 3 are on Now TV. I don't know why, but this is quite cool. It's just telling me it's not working, but yeah, we've done Manifest 2 and yeah, it was a pain. We've got the last episode tonight, or next, whenever we watch it. I'm assuming we're watching it tonight because we've been binging it. Okay. Well, it's definitely the right app because it's connected the deployment to it. I want to get I still don't know why it's not working. Where was the deployment? So this says, oh, this is different. So here it says it was the net SSH connection command failed. Oh, there's just like the SSH connection failed. I would have recommended Warrior on Now TV as well, but that got removed. It should be coming to Netflix at some point though. Fair enough. I feel like we have a long list at the moment that we need to watch, but still haven't watched. We usually watch all the Marvel stuff, but we haven't watched What If, the new one that came out. And then we also... Oh, Berlin came out as well recently. The Money Heist sequel type thing. I wonder if there's something about this in Discord, in the Hatchbox channel. I have no idea where Discord's going to appear. Hey, there is. I need to start season 2. Oh. Yes. People. Oh, it's fine. What channel I'm looking for? I'm looking for Go Rails. Go Rails. Because in Go Rails there is a Hatchbox channel somewhere. Exclamation mark Discord. Do I even have a Discord command? I'm sure I do. Do I not? I thought I do. I set up stream elements the other day. I'm surprised that there wasn't a Discord command. I have it on a timer, but for some reason it never shows as well. Remind these. I don't need to fill in those details. Where's the chat bot? Chat commands. Count age, follow age. No, where's the custom commands? There is a custom command for Discord. Yeah, stream elements just seem like, here's my stream element setup. Maybe I don't know, that is. There should be one for emotes as well. But that one obviously, no. So why not Discord? I don't know if I trust stream elements. It's why did it not work until I came in here and looked at it? Also, I tried to do that, like I did make it come from me, but I can't decide whether I like the bot chatting as me. I feel like it's a bit weird. No. I did debate building one myself, but I have enough going on. Maybe the bot just needed a kick. Yeah. It says it relies on Matrix, but I don't think Matrix. It's a standard library. Oh, that was my plan. I was going to look in here and do a search, not for Discord, but for that problem. Was that the first time you opened Stream Elements since starting the stream? Yeah, I don't ever look at Stream Elements until, yeah, I never actually bother looking at the dashboard. Maybe why? Okay. Yeah, because now it's full on like doing stuff. Yeah. They usually automatically send me an email after stream as well though, so I don't know. I guess maybe I just have to open it. I assumed it would just pick up whenever, like, when I ever look in the user list, it's there. So, because this is the timer I have. It's like, so it's not too spammy. It should just be like every 60 minutes if someone's spoken, it just kind of puts it in there. There's been 5 chat lines. I'm not really doing too much with the Discord at the moment anyway. I'm just using it as a thing. Hi. Place to put stream announcements. I don't know what's going on here. This is so confusing. Using Ruby 3.2.1. I'm using Ruby 3.2.1. Bundle exec rake. Can I SSH into here? I guess there's no process yet, so that's... It hasn't got anything yet around the other... Oh, there's Must Have Minutes folder. CD releases. Oh. Repo is like the Git... the Git work trees. CD branch... where am I? What am I doing? CD, what's in shared? Okay. CD repo. ls. CD branches. Is it the main branch? Yes. Okay. Is there something wrong with... what if I try and deploy some other random app I have? Deploying from main branch as a release. Okay, so if I went into... oh, we've got an option up here. 91. Where's 916? 915. 916. Bundle rake. What was the command it was failing on? Servers. Apps. Must have minutes. Failed. Down here, it failed on the command bundle exec rake -t. So maybe if I just run that here, I can see what it does. Not doing anything. What's this one doing? This one completed. This one said it was fine. Does this run the same It runs yarn. I don't know why it uses yarn. It failed. It did a bunch of stuff and then it deployed. Bundle install. Was there some stuff in development that I was supposed to do? That's possible. Maybe there is like gem file. Like, is there something in here that's been marked as development that probably shouldn't have been? So I've got this group of development stuff, which is Capybara, Debug, FactoryBot, Faker, RSpec, DCL web drivers, and WebMock. And then there's also the Robocop Rails Omikaze. And then in here, when I do this, I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff like web drivers. Don't know if I believe like this -- matrix. I don't think this means the error is with matrix. Like it mentions receipts in there as well. Ooh, snap. We'll go to the top of the file, Shift V, we'll do D, space Y to yank it all. Here's my gem file. It's not, I don't think it's matrix. The reason I don't think it's matrix is because I think that error is just a generic, like, I don't think it was saying it can't load matrix. I think matrix is the thing it's using to load things. And it's just saying can't load such file. And it looks like it's using prawn, which I have no idea what that is. Like, what is the prawn gem? Why have we got prawns in our code? I don't know. It's a PDF writer. Does the receipts gem require us to install something? We're using the receipts gem from Payrails. Installation. We're using receipts. But then there's also this prawn PDF. Seen this Power World game peeps are playing? No. What's Power World? Power World. Is this Pokemon? Oh, I seen. Is that what they're doing? Are they streaming or Pokemon / Zelda with guns? I did see them in Discord together. I was like, what are they doing? Pals. But it is so Pokemon. how chat described it, and yeah, it seems to be. Yep, there is. Oh, is this also the thing that I think Pirate Software mentioned something the other day as well about like Pokeballs. Can you capture people, like the trainers or something as well? Housepas. Maybe that was another thing that he was on about. What did Pirate Software? Well, he's tweeting about it, so yeah, it was this.
Trainer, our world just lets you do it. And it tells you, hey, it's kind of inhumane, but you do you. Oh, and also, just to let you know, anything that's in a pal sphere is a pal. And you can butcher pals. It's one of my pals right there. You know how in Pokemon where you throw like a Pokeball at a trainer to...
I didn't know you could do this. No. Apparently you can. It came out today. How much is it? £20. Maybe worth a go. Yeah. Feels like it probably is a fad. Fads are expensive these days. Will not be played in a month. Yeah, probably not. Probably not. What on earth is this? Why is there a queue of them? Didn't feel like it's going to last long either. Good. It's really easy to create something that like looks good on the surface, but just doesn't have much depth. Looks like they're in a queue. Food. What? Oh, is it like massively multiplayer? Is that single player? Oh, fair enough. Oh, the cats. I know what you mean. Yeah, is that like they've got like iron ingots though. And then there's like some other thing like blowing into the furnace. It's like a production line. Multiplayer to a degree, stud and alloy together. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is weird. This looks like Satisfactory. Said it as soon as it popped in chat. Animals forced labour. Pokemon Zelda Stardew Satisfactory. Yeah, all in one. All in one. Maybe some Monster Hunter in there as well. Like, is there any like Monster Hunter you whip them to speed them up a bit? It really feels like it doesn't know what it wants to be. Yeah, this is weird. Like, there's a lot going on there. The fact that that's glowing as well makes it look like this is like some sort of base building type thing. Yeah, crafting. Okay. That looks terrifying. That's terrifying. What? Okay, so the production factory keeps going and then they're making guns. Get all your pals and you force them to do forced labour. Yeah, a lot of them do look like real Pokemon, like actual Pokemon. They even look sad, yeah. That is so close to Satisfactory, like some of this stuff, like this conveyor belt. Oh. But then you can have conveyor belts which are just the pals. And there's farming down there as well. survival, mounts, building structures, production, farming, factories and automation, dungeon exploration, breeding and genetics, poaching and crime. The whole thing is a crime. And multiplayer. Up to 4 players, or you can have a dedicated server of 32 players, PvP, implemented in a future update. Like, the satisfactory way was the best, just need someone on. Yeah. I really like how the Lego Fortnite multiplayer works. I wish the world wasn't just pinned to one person and it was a bit more shared, but yeah, the keys. If you just give someone a key. But even with that, it was like only one person could give out keys. If you could have like, oh, I actually like have different levels of keys that I give out. Set like admins, yep. I wonder if my receipts gem is causing the issue here because I'm seeing prawn, I'm seeing the require, I'm seeing receipts. I think something to do with receipts and or prawn. It was there. Where was it? One. Not one. I think it was an optional gem, so I'm actually probably just going to remove it. Bundle, remove receipts. And then go back here and we can close that one. Processes. That's pushed, then I can just deploy. And then we wait. What's your plan with this once you get the software to a usable state working in other projects? I've got a couple of other projects I'm working on in the background, which I might start to stream some stuff on. I need to come up with a name for that actually. But yeah, it's kind of in a separate state at the moment. With this, there's still a whole bunch of stuff that I need to do to get this, like, I want to get a version of this live on a URL so I can start using it more. As I'm using it, there'll be stuff that I pick up and need to do. There's loads of little things. So on this view at the moment, which is just like the list of meetings, I need to do some design work here. This isn't designed in any way. It's literally just a list. I create a new meeting, give it a name. I need to set a date in here at some point. It'd be useful to have the date of the meeting. Start recording, transcribing our Discord sessions. At the moment, I've just been using random sound clips. And I also found some meetings online as well that I used. For now, I've been using Hello Cutie Pie. It's just a cheap one to transcribe. But I actually have a whole bunch. I have like a separate account login that I'm using to track a lot of the. I have loads of recordings of like committee meetings that I've had at the airfield. So using that, and then yeah, you upload a recording. That page needs designing. There's a lot of design work that I still need to just spend some time on. Then you pay depending on the duration of the meeting. Josh, Yeah. You want to question the my credit card number? The credit card number is just it's fake details. Yeah. 424242. It's the Stripe login credential test card. I realised I panicked. Like, Josh, why? Hang on. Why's your credit card number just 424242? There's a set of different test credentials you can use. If you set 424242 as the number, you can put any future date, any free card. I think these all work as well. And then there's also ones to do like different failures. Yeah, until I set up the production credentials. Once you've paid, it unlocks this button to generate the transcription. Again, this page needs some design work. That will then make the transcription. Takes a little while. I need a loading spinner. There's loads of like little, like the flow end to end is pretty much there. But there's lots of little places where I need to come back, do design work. The page doesn't really work responsively right now. So if you're using it on mobile, that's what you get. So there's a few bits like that need tidying up. There might be a bug here because I've changed the AWS credentials a few times. So maybe we won't get the transcription. I need to figure that out. It's another thing. It probably did change and it probably needs confirming. Yeah, it does. Every time I set up a new subscription in AWS, I need to go in and confirm it. Did this work? It did. Cool. So it was something to do with the receipts gem. Doesn't work. Can I see something in the like receipts? In Hatchbox. Receipts. No one said anything about it, but yeah, it didn't seem to work. So I can disable maintenance mode. It won't fully work, but app.masterminutes.com. Access denied. I know why that is. Application hobby controller. Yeah, application controller. Okay. This local only. Return if. Return unless. We're gonna skip this unless. Is there also another way of doing this where it's like that actually makes more sense to me? Like allow local only if Rails environment development is local. I went back and watched some of my stream from yesterday. I saw what you meant about the stuttering. It was pretty bad. Yeah, there was like a wave, like I think the light was waving and I think the pixels are changing a lot. So it's just causing the camera to stutter, but it was only the camera. So I don't think it was your audio, like internet. It was worse when the camera was moving. It was all free. Write that file and then git. What am I doing here? Fix. Allow external requests in production. I was wondering if it was a CPU, but wouldn't the audio also stutter? Yeah, I'm not sure. I would have thought so. but possibly not because the encoding is different. Might have also been like something of like the webcam side. I didn't want to fiddle the camera. Setting two C920s plugged in seems to cause issues. Yeah, C920s aren't as good as they. I mean, they're good if that's what you've got, I suppose. But you might be able to use a phone or something. Doesn't Elgato have like some sort of like software? Is there not some sort of software for? Where is they have the software section? It's in downloads, isn't it? They used to have some sort of software where you can like use your phone or something. I didn't have the Logitech interface installed to change the hertz. Yeah, I think it's the Logitech interface to do the hertz thing. Close that. What am I doing here? Notifications, SNS. Be surprised if that wasn't really. I'll do it before I start the next one in there. Subscriptions 1. Pending confirmation. So this is why I'm not getting the results, because I need to confirm it. I can't remember how to confirm. I think it sends something to the thing. So if I go in here and like request confirmation, cannot render console, no template found. Don't really want to spend a fortune on cameras, at least not yet. I've had the C920s from old Black Friday sales. Yeah, I was trying to work out like what other options you could do. I used to use a GoPro as my camera. So if you've got an old GoPro kicking about, you can download some software for using GoPro as a camera, as a webcam. But that also can be a bit nickety sometimes, at least on Mac. I haven't tried it on Windows, but sometimes it would just disconnect, similarly to the C920, but it's probably a bit more stable on Windows. Yeah, there's like a GoPro webcam software. See, I've already searched for bugs to work out. I won't lose all of its value. About to sell my old Mac. I won't lose all of its value. How old is your Mac? Should be able to refresh this now. Okay. Why does it look so different? Why, like, something's not loading properly? 2014 MacBook, I think. Fair enough. I think I actually have a 2013 one somewhere. Why is it struggling to download? Like, what's... Oh, like those are in a different folder. So my asset pipeline doesn't know to move those. That shouldn't be causing these though. Sign up. login. Just store that password, so you know, never mind. I'll just create a new one. Also, we'll go longer. I usually have longer. Select, save. Something went wrong. Don't know what, but something did. Probably. Okay, there's a few things I know I need to fix there. I think the problem there was the email part. Don't know, something went wrong there. Let's close that. I still have an old 2013 MacBook kicking around. Kaylee mostly uses it now. Shut the curtains quickly. I'm still here, but let's see. Okay, fine. I'm doing like 5 things at once, and my brain is starting to struggle with that. We can close that window. We can close that window. Let's go here and just put maintenance mode on for a second. I keep distracting you. No, it's fine. It's cool. It's cool. I enjoy the distractions. I also have too many tabs open, so my brain tends to get a bit fried if I'm like I started doing like 5 things at once without the chat. Like the chat is fine. That's happy with that distraction. But I started trying to solve another problem. I was trying to open the GoPro tab. Yeah, though I mean I never even looked at the GoPro tab, but yeah, this is just that software. Have been debating about setting up a second camera angle for stream with like keyboard, but I don't know. Keyboard cam. Oh, it's from GoPro as well. Yeah, it's like an official GoPro. What did they say about kind of compatibility? I don't know if there's like a certain amount of GoPros. Hero 9, Hero 8 Black. I think it does quite a few. My dad's just got a new one. Is it the 11 now? I think it's the 11. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12. There. I mean, it just appears as a webcam, and then you can set the. Lost mine in a lake. I've got a budget knockoff now. Oh, fair enough. Budget knockoff might not necessarily work with their software. Dad's not using his all the time though. It was quite good. I pretty much used it for a year solid and replaced my C920 with it because I felt like my C920 just wasn't good enough anymore quality wise. I think it was struggling a little bit with the lighting. Not that GoPros are great at lighting either, but then I was running into issues with it all the time. And I had the GoPro and I wasn't using it all the time because I mostly just was using it to record flights. And then I was like, well. And then it kind of became a permanent attachment to the back of my computer because it's kind of always a pain to remove when it's like behind the monitor and stuff. And I was also using, yeah. Upside of them being trashed is I don't care for damaging the workshop. Yeah, there will probably be a way of connecting it. Like even what's the you could probably get a cheap knockoff version of the capture, like Camlink stuff as well. Because if you can get it into HDMI, you can just use some sort of Camlink alternative. Like, how much is that? $26, $11 on eBay. Might not be the best, but probably would be good enough. Camlink is the bit that you... So Camlink is what I've got set up so that I can... It takes in the HDMI feed and makes it a camera. That's how I've set up the camera I'm using at the moment. I just have the HDMI output of the camera go into Camlink, and Camlink's just plugged in the back of my dock into my computer. It's a capture card, but it doesn't pass through the HDMI output because you don't need to... Yeah, so if you've got HDMI out, all you need is some sort of Camlink type device to bring in the HDMI and then use that as a webcam. And that will probably work better than webcam software. Because actually the camera I've got also has some webcam software, but I've just not bothered with it because the HDMI out is going to be much easier. Webcam software on cameras tends to be a bit shoddy. I can probably get some cheap secondhand cameras online. Yeah. I think there's definitely a budget option there where you can get quite a few cameras. What was the... I saw some software hardware earlier. It'll be more expensive than... But there was a thing where you can switch the cameras. But I suppose if you have 2 or 3 of these... Yeah, gone there too. Are we back? Yeah, back. Thank you. That was odd. OBS says there were no drop frames. I beg to differ. Although I guess the drop frame probably relates to CPU usage. I'm not sure. But then the internet connection next to it was 0. So that was weird. And I was still getting chat. Yeah, that was odd. Did YouTube pick up again? You were saying you can get a few of those gesturing at the cam links. Yeah. YouTube's back, thank you. I'm not sure what happened there. That was weird. Yeah, I was saying you can probably get a couple of the... yeah, a couple of like cam link alternatives and then put together like some sort of like switching thing if you wanted to switch camera angles. There was a thing that I saw, I don't know what it was earlier, and you can feed in several HDMI cameras into it, and it's kind of a cam link but with like 4 inputs, and you can button switch between them for different angles. But I guess you could also just have 4 cam link type things going into the back of the computer and then use Stream Deck to switch between them in OBS or something. This inherits from... I don't need this anymore. Even with the dongle. Okay, that'll be easier because on my laptop I run out of ports. I think that was more... I imagine... I didn't look what the price was. What was it on? And it was probably... I can probably find it. I think I saw it this morning. Was it in Ali? Maybe I'll... The laptop's just easier to move about and stuff. Yeah, it makes sense. Makes sense as a setup. The Atom Mini Pro. Was that what it was called? Oh, it's a Black Magic thing. Okay. Low cost multi-camera. What is this? Looks very professional. Low cost multi-camera live production with advanced broadcast features. Oh, it does like picture in picture. This does not look low cost. It does not look low cost in the slightest. This looks very professional. There's even like a separate like port for some sort of separate control mode. Like, I suppose the actual switchboards it is cheap. Yeah, probably. Actually, I don't think this is even the cam link part because actually it has the HDMI out. So this allows you to switch between 4 HDMI inputs and do picture in picture and stuff like that. But then you still have... Oh, it does say USB for webcam out. So... And then you can have HDMI out as well. So this is almost like... I dare not ask Gecko what his switchboards are worth. No. I want to know a cost now. Like, what is the... I suppose as well, like, if you're using this with, like, this range of cameras... This is affordable, relatively. If you've got 4 like full frame state of the art cameras, this might be cheap compared to those. Connect 5G or 4G phones for why do you need mobile data? You can record directly to a USB drive. This is the cheapest part of the setup when the lens is at least 1K. Yeah, exactly. That's mental. And it's just like, yeah, it does all of them. Automatically convert any HDMI input. Format. Has separate software for control. Transitions. What? Yeah, I want to see how much. It's one of those, if you have to ask, you can't afford it kind of things, I think. I feel like there's no pricing. Oh no, there's pricing. Actually, that's £232 for the Pro, like the Mini Pro. USB webcam out, audio mixer, green screen chroma key built in as well. I mean, that is, what is that? It's got like joystick type things on it as well. Control 4 cameras. Oh, I see, you can actually like control them. But yeah, just the switcher. 266, yeah. The Mini Pro. If you want 8 cameras, you can pay almost £1,000. It's not that bad when you consider like a Camlink 4K is £119. Not bad, but that's also a whole project in funds. Yeah. But I suppose, yeah, if you have, you can probably get a cheaper version of the Camlink for like 1/4 of the price of an actual Camlink. So then if you had 4, you'd have 4 cameras. I guess the benefit here is a lot of this stuff is happening on this device. The downside here is probably that you don't get as much control over where the different, if you want multiple cameras showing at the same time, you probably don't get to control that so much. I'll just be right back. Anyway, yeah, that's cool. The issue of this, which is kind of the issue I have with the Stream Deck, is I'm moving around the workshop and I can't move a big switchboard with me. It's 5+ cables. Stream Deck is just doable and it's small. You can get the Stream Deck app for your phone. That's probably also another option. Or a tablet, maybe. I need to confirm this subscription. But I thought I'd written this code so that the I thought this should automatically handle the subscription. Yeah, things to try. It does take some time, just kind of getting a setup together. I always want to get on and build thing, and then I'll spend all day setting up the stream. Yeah, that is the problem. Like I feel like I've finally got into a good flow with it now, where I just kind of come in, I set up like Twitch dashboard and stuff, and hit the go live button on my Stream Deck. But it is easier for me because I just sit down at the desk and use the setup. Still takes 20 minutes to get ready before hitting go. I suppose as well, with it being like a workshop as well, it's like it's not, and I need to get into a point where stuff's just there. You have to plug all the things together and let's do a console log here. Put is it here? Oh, it's here. I don't even remember what I've done here. This is the actual notification part. So perhaps here is where I do puts notification. Then request confirmation. No template found for transcriptions, webhook, controller, receive, rendering, no head. Site post, cannot render console. Processing it. Oh, it says confirmed now. Oh, the other part that I need to do as well is go Terraform. It's easy Terraform. I need to go back here, I disable the maintenance mode, should be able to go to app.mustminutes.com and refresh. And then I should be able to go here and do Terraform workspace show. Terraform workspace apply. Looks like my old Mac could be worth £150-ish. There's one on eBay, the same spec. That's cheaper than I thought it would be, but I suppose 20, yeah. Almost 10 years old now. 8 years old, I suppose. No. Yeah, it's 10 years old. Not Terraform workspace apply. Terraform apply. We'll see in the browser. £150 for tech that's 10 years old is still pretty good, actually, I'd say. CPUs have got a lot faster even in laptops, so it's only 2.8 hertz. That's true. And especially when Apple brought out their M range of processors as well. That is a big step change. I'm still really impressed at how the M1 Pro handles streaming. Like, it says my CPU is at like 4.1% in OBS. So that goes in there. So I should now have another subscription, which is apparently automatically confirmed. Done the confirmation automatically for me. Cool. Nice. Not sure what I was at the other day when I was modeling. In theory, SolidWorks should be using the GPU. I have activity monitor. Does it show what the... I suppose the percentage of CPU on OBS is what OBS is using of the CPU. Why does that say 43? And then OBS is like 4.0. I'd guess so. Anyway, it doesn't feel like it's breaking a sweat, so... What year Mac is this? It's the M1 Pro 2021. 16GB M1 Pro. That's configured now. This is configured. I probably need to think about I mean, I don't know why that didn't work there. I guess when I do this, I need to verify my email. So perhaps it should have sent me an email, but I probably need to configure some sort of email backend. I think we're getting there. Did this send in the end? No. I'm guessing there was no subscription at the time because it wasn't set up. I delete the recording, upload that, create the recording, pay. I think if I click the pay button too quickly, it doesn't have the duration and it fails. Okay. I've paid. Bugs. Curious as to what's going on there. It's a bit weird. Oh, like solid queue is fully crashed there. No threads left. Error deregistering process. Claimed 5 jobs. All pulled or in use. Oh. There we go. Okay, fine. It did do it, and I just didn't wait. Weren't patient. Generate transcription. Okay, that's not because I clicked the button. That's because of the thing. Hello, cutie pie. And then generate minutes. Claimed 1 job. Do your bloody job then. There we go. Wait. Cool. So, I think what I need to do now is work out how to, there is something going on here. What's ready execution, failed execution, block in poll. Maybe solid queue isn't really ready yet. Or maybe I'm doing something wrong, more likely. I'm not going to worry too much about it. I might swap it out at some point for rescue. But for now, production. I don't think I have I think the reason it's failing is because it can't send any emails. And that's because I didn't set up a action mailer config application.rb. Okay. We'll yank that line. Production. It's not that anymore. app.musterminutes.com. Delete to the bracket. I need to work out how to configure action mailer so it can actually send these emails. I need an SMTP server. Allows detailed configuration for SMTP delivery method, address, port, main. Fair enough. I think that might be something we pick up next week. And I'm going to call it there. I think Kaylee's on her way home. And then I'm going to get some dinner. Watch Manifest. Damn. You off? Yeah. I don't know why I closed that. I don't need to close that. I can just do Control B, D for detach. It's out there. That's still running, yeah. Slowly getting there. It's under maintenance, good, cool. We'll log out. Go to that page. Can we hop into Discord after you've eaten briefly? Yeah, I can hop in Discord now. I don't have food on the table right now. I was just gonna wrap stream up and then, yeah. We can hop in your Discord if you want. I don't know if I've got any voice channels set up. Give me 2 minutes, need the loo. No worries, I'm gonna sort some stuff out anyway, so I'll just open the Discord up in the background. Cool. Thanks for following. Thanks for hanging out. I'll speak to you later. Next stream will probably be Monday. Let me check my calendar. What am I doing next week? What's the plan next week? Yeah, Monday should be good. Similar times. Thank you. XOXO. No, thank you. I'll speak to you later. Bye.